Hello, and welcome to today's extra long Coppice Dev stream. I was going to be doing separate morning and afternoon streams, but my brain has been a bit slow to get going this morning, and I've been doing other stuff, so I decided to drift it a bit later, merge them together, so we're going to be going from now till hopefully around 5 PM UK time, so roughly about 5 hours. And the goal for today is to get Coppice done. We want to get through all the final bits and pieces to get it released, maybe even get the final build out, or at least get it built and ready, and then look at releasing next week. So if we move over to our main screen, this is what we have to do. We need to update the sample document. Oh, actually, there's a bit missing from there. There we go. We need to build the manual first. We need to update the sample document, update the press kit, and then update the marketing materials. I also want to check something out. Because there was something I was actually meant to check before the stream. Okay. So I'm just going to temporarily hide my screen because I just want to open something and check it and make sure it doesn't open on main screen. Okay, so So what we are going to be doing first up is going through building the manual. So on Saturday we actually went through and worked on the manual, got some bits written, not the whole thing, but over the weekend I've finished it off, so I can actually show you what we have written. Log in my content management system. Go to support. So if I bring this over here, you can see what we have written. We updated creating the document, which now has the updated version number ready. I've added a section on searching. I have remembered I need to add open to that, because when I have a single item I want it to start off open. I also need to do some changes to that. That needs to be bold, and that needs to be in brackets. Okay. We'll go back We also updated here how you set a page for the image, adding our image mode in. We got rotating and cropping in. And then I've essentially completely rewritten the link section. So what we had before was creating a link, which had information on how you create links, information on how you add, edit links, remove links, and then we had a separate thing for external links. I've basically split this all up and made it lots of separate sections, but each of them has text page and image page section. So when you first open it, it will look like this, and you can select what sort of page type, because as we add additional page types, it's all going to be different again. But we have all the sections here. We have a link that takes us to create a hotspot, and as I showed before for images, I have a special syntax. Well, I also have a special syntax for linking, because again, when this comes to the website, this needs to link to Coppice on the website, but when it's in the app, it needs to link somewhere in the app. So got all these separate ones in, and then for image hotspots, we have all the separate things for image hotspots. And the way I build these is I do it sort of similar to how we end up how Apple's help books work. You have some sort of section that explains stuff, and then you go down and have specific points, and some of it can be like, oh, I'm duplicating stuff, because a lot of these are pretty much the same. But the idea is that the user should be able to say, okay, I want to know how to create a polygon hotspot, so I just need to read through this, and they can see all the information. And I have notes, asides, alternate options and stuff, so I try to be as detailed and thorough as possible. Thank you for the follow, Skazi. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And yes, thank you for redeeming the stretch. I haven't actually done any stretches, so it's a good way to start the stream off. So how are you doing today? How is everyone in chat? Did you have a good weekend? Are you having a good Monday? What are your plans? I am doing good. Oh, you got finals in 2 days. Well, oh, that's yeah. I remember having to deal with that and all the stress and pressure there. So hopefully, get all your studying done, and hopefully that goes swimmingly, and hopefully we can give you some something interesting to watch and listen to while you study. So what exactly do you study? What subjects are you doing? And hey Sinister, how are you doing today? Physics, chemistry, maths, computer science and English. Oh. Yeah, that is a lot of stuff to get through. Yeah, that's certainly a lot to get through. But required to take them all. I mean, thankfully I was lucky when I finished school. I wasn't required to take all of that stuff. the past 2 years of school was, I mean, I only really did 4 subjects. I did maths, further maths, computing, and geography. And those are the 4 subjects I basically spent all my time on. So I was glad, because I've never been, I mean, ironically, talking about how I'm writing all of this stuff for people, I've never particularly been good at English as a subject. I'd always do really well in the sciences, really well in the maths, and then the English I'd be there. But yeah, hopefully they all go well, and hopefully you get through it all. Oh, chemistry is... I always found chemistry not too bad. Ironically, the one I found the hardest of all the sciences was physics. Now, I've always been fairly good at maths, so you'd think, well, surely physics would be the easier one. But no, for some reason, I just could not grasp physics. Anywhere near as well. Like, I understand it, but the maths of physics I always struggled with, so I always oddly found chemistry and biology a bit easier. But I've always been a bit of a science fan, so it's one of those things of, in terms of interest, physics is always the one that interests me the most. But yeah, it just doesn't. I always struggled with the maths of it. And like I say, I did maths and further maths when I was 17 and 18 as 2 of my 4 subjects. And then I went and did a computer science degree, which is effectively a maths degree. So I'm no stranger to maths. I just did not really get along with the physics side of it. Might have been the teachers. I had a very good chemistry teacher, very good physics teacher, very good biology teacher, and a pretty terrible physics teacher who's managed to make every experiment fail. So, what we're doing now is we have all these things here. And as I say, this entire system here, all these bits and pieces actually appear in the sports section. They appear here, and they appear in the manual here. So some of these are not visible. You see the linking page is still all the old stuff, and if I click on here, we can see the old linking stuff, because I have separate draft and published versions stored in the database, and they only get updated when I click publish changes. That allows me to do what we're doing now, which is update the manual well in advance of releasing the app, and then I just need to publish stuff. I have realized through this that I could do with a publish all button at some point, but we can maybe add that at some point. Always blame the teacher. Even my chemistry teacher is not a good one. Does not know how to explain any concept well, so I'm unable to understand anything clearly. Yeah, that was sort of my physics teacher. She just didn't have any control of the classroom, didn't have any... couldn't really explain things well, and like I say, every experiment seemed to fail. Like I say, chemistry and biology had great teachers, and I did fairly well. I mean, I did reasonably well in physics, but it was just one of those things of, I ended up dropping it when I was 16. I dropped all the sciences when I was 16, and it was just definitely my weakest one. But Yeah, I mean, I got most of the basics of physics early on because I had better teachers early on, but when they split it out into separate physics, chemistry, and biology, it's the luck of the draw which particular teachers you get. I mean, physics, to show just how lacking in control of the classroom was, physics was the only subject I was not a goody two-shoes in where I misbehaved, so... Oh, I had good English teachers, I just did not get English. The thing with science and the thing with maths and a lot of things is you get asked a question and there is an answer. You get asked, what is 2 plus 2? And you say 4. If you say 3, you're wrong. If you say 5, you're wrong. But if you say 4, you're correct. And there are a set of steps that you go through to get it. Same with all the science stuff. You go through and there are answers. There's right and wrong. With English, there's shades of grey. So you have things that are wrong, things that are correct, but there's lots of variation in there, and I was always one of those where it's like I just couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal with the fuzziness of a subject like English. Now, ironically, I loved art. So art was also kind of fuzzy, but it was the kind of fuzzy stuff that I could grasp. But with English and any language, like I was fairly decent at like doing German. I've forgotten most of it now, but doing German I did reasonably well. We had to do Latin in the first year. I've forgotten all of that now. But I was okay at that. French, terrible at because our teacher was kind of not there the first year, so we didn't actually learn how to count in French until our second year of taking French, which, like, counting is one of the first things you do. But yeah, German was sort of okay, but again, had good teachers, and it also helps that German is possibly, I don't know if it's the easiest, but it's definitely one of the easiest foreign languages to learn as an English speaker, because English is a Germanic language, so there is a lot of stuff that is very similar. But I've never been particularly good at languages. Art, reasonable at. Music, good at. Graphic design, was good at. But the fuzziness of like the languages, I've just never been amazing at. And that's despite having good teachers. Oh yeah, it definitely depends on grading. I mean, grading is one of the most terrible things. I mean, exams, I am very much completely anti-exams. So, I don't know where both of you are based, but I'm based in the UK. So when you're 16, you take what are called GCSEs. And these are the first set of qualifications that you're going to get, and you usually do like 10, 11, 12 of them. So it was like science, I did science, graphic design, art, maths, English, language, English, literature. So a bunch of various things, and you do all of these subjects at 16 and you take your exams. For the whole of that, outside of like classes, I did 30 minutes revision. So 30 minutes of studying outside of classes for all of these. Like all like 10, 11 subjects, various exams and stuff. Some of the subjects require multiple exams. I only did about 30 minutes revision outside of like revising in class, and I got, I think it was an A star, 5 A's, 3 B's and a C. which is pretty good grades. Now, I could have got a lot higher if I'd have put more effort in, but the reason I managed to do that with so little revision is that I'm good at exams. I am good at taking information in and then giving me a question and just writing all that stuff out. That does not necessarily mean that I am brilliant at that subject. It just means that I am brilliant at the method of testing that subject. I knew people who were incredibly smart people who did badly because they're not good at exams. Now, unfortunately, when I got to doing A-levels when I was 17, 18, that little amount of revision didn't help me quite that much, and I ended up doing pretty badly on my first set of exams and having to retake many of them. But it really taught me that exams are a terrible way of teaching stuff. Another thing that did that is even earlier we did a half GCSE in IT. And what was amusing about that, everyone, including myself, who's good at computers, got like B's and C's in IT. The people who were good at writing essays were the ones that got the A's and A stars. Another example. Geography. We had an exam where all the people I predicted to get A's and B's ended up getting C's and D's. And a bunch of people who they expected to get like C's were ended up getting A's. And they're like, why is this? They actually, like, this was across the entire year group, and they ended up sending several things back for remarking or asking for the papers so they could see what on earth has gone wrong, because like everyone was sort of swapped around. And what they found out is that people like me who actually got a D on that exam, we'd written a perfect answer pretty much, but because of the mark scheme, you can write a perfect answer, but you're on, I think there's like 3 levels of the mark scheme, and there's like, you get so many marks if you get a level 1 answer, a level 2 answer can get you up to so many marks, a level 3 answer can get you up to so many marks. And most of us that had written, like, got bad grades, on most of these questions, we'd written something that could have got us like near full marks on these questions. But we had not written a few words. We had not written, for example, and then named the example. And because of that, we could only ever get a level 1 on this grade scheme. So we could only get the lowest grades. Everything else was perfect. So if we'd have literally just put, for example, this like example, suddenly we go from getting some of the lowest marks to getting full marks, and it's just literally a few words. We've shown that we know the information, we know all that, so yeah, it's just one of those things where I am very much against exams. I believe if you're being tested, you should really be tested on project work. Because, let's be completely honest, the only time you're ever going to do exams is like in the real world, outside of school. The only time you're doing them is in school, or if you're going to a very terrible sort of job interview where they try and give you a test. Really, what you're going to be doing in the real world is project work. That is how most people work. That is how people actually function. That is how people shine. So yeah, it's just one of those things of, I don't like exams. I'm good at them. I can sit down, do them, breeze through them, perfectly fine. But I'm not a fan of them because I've seen other people that are just as smart, if not smarter than me, especially at subjects I'm not particularly good at, get worse grades simply because they're bad at exams. So that is the rant for the day off with. But all that is to say, Scuzzy, hopefully your exams go well and you get everything over and done with, and you get the grades that you want. So what we are going to look at now is we are going to find where have I put, don't want that, I want, yeah, open up this. Okay, I'm going to get the manual out. First up, I'm going to go into Coppice and make sure we have committed the changes we did, which was formatting. And what I would like to do is run a command. So let's open up. I want to be in Coppice documentation help book. So I've got this here and I'm going to run something, and once I've run it I'll show you what the result is, and then I'll show you how I did it, because this is something that I'm quite pleased with. I'm going to use a command line utility called mqbutil. I'm going to call build helpbook. The home page is going to be called home page. Resources is in resources. Image base is https coppiceapp.com/images/support, and the URL I want to go for is coppiceapp.com/support/manual API draft equals 1. And this basically just pulls all that stuff that you've got, pulls the drafts out, and I want to save it to coppice.helpbook. Now, when I write this, assuming that I haven't broken anything in the intervening time that I've done this, what this should do is go online, call my manual API, pull all that information out of the database, download it all, download all the images, and basically create a local helpbook. Okay, so we've done that, we've downloaded all the images, intro, create a document, blah blah blah, add a link to a page, automatically find links on pages, so on. So they should all be in here. So what we have is we now have our helpbook. We have home, where we have various bits and pieces and some HTML. We have our resources, and then we get stuff such as add a link to a page, which if we open this up, you'll see we've got all of our HTML in here. And if I actually open this up, open it in Xcode, see, it's not a full HTML. We've got our H1P, and we've got various tags and stuff here, same as what we have up, but things like our links are just left like this. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is find help book here, the one in Coppice. And what I'm going to do is copy the help book from here to here. I'm going to replace. So that should be all done. And if I now build and run, what this will do is just rebuild and include that new help book in. But if I go to help, you'll see that I now have all these things in here. I have noticed sorting is not correct. Okay, we have to update something on topics. Okay, interesting. So that might be a bug on the website, so we may need to fix that. Okay, well that's something we can look into, but essentially you'll see if I go add a link to a page, we have all this stuff here, but you'll notice there's a link here. Now on the website, clicking that link takes us to that page on the website. So what does this do? It takes us to the link in here. So how does that work? Well, develop. So if I bring up the web inspector, you'll see that this link is actually a Coppice-help link with the name that it needs to go to, which is image hotspots. And what I basically do here is I take this page, I parse it, parse all the images, parse all the links, and then display that. So where that works is here in the help viewer. So here, I load up a help book, I load up a topic, and then I get the content for that topic, get all the bits and pieces here, and then topic HTML generator. What I do, generate HTML for a topic. So I replace the links. So for example here, I'll search for the link regex and replace it with the appropriate link. For the image, I'll do the image regex and replace it here. And the same thing happens on the web. It pulls it out and does the same thing, but in this case, it sets the source to be pointing to the web rather than locally. I also have it where it will pull out the bundle, like certain bundle info things. So I believe it is, if I go in the help book, I believe home. Yep, I have bundle info, so I can pull out bundle keys. So this is basically a system I've built to let me build my own help viewer, because Apple does have a help viewer built into the system. If I go to, for example, I've got Keynote here. If I select Keynote Help, bring this up, this is Help Viewer. And it's pretty good. You have your sidebar with various bits of information in, and get open and close a presentation, and it will actually do the open and close. Oddly, nowhere near as fast as Coppice. They're obviously using JavaScript here to do a fade animation, and it's not liking it. But you can do this, but the thing is you've got to structure it in a certain way, and it's kind of awkward to do. So what I basically did is wrote my own. Wrote my own system that works on the web, and I can use this script to pull it down, and it puts it in here. It's fairly easy to write all this, but the key thing is I can still go to the help and search for example, removing a link, and it will take me to removing a link. So I still get all of that functionality that I would have had using the help system. It's a lot more modern. So you've seen how all that works. Well, what is that m-cubed util? Now let me just double check that I don't have anything in here. Not meant to go off. Okay, I do have some stuff I'm not meant to show off. But I should be able to show off build. So what I've basically done is I have built a command line utility. And I've done it in Swift. So you can do a command line utility where you use the argument parser and you create a command, and it will go through and run stuff, but it will also, you can have options and arguments and so on, and it will automatically validate these, provide a help thing. It will fill them in and everything. So all I'm doing here is I've got a nice command where I can run, and it will go through, it will print out the index, make sure it's downloaded, go through all the topics, and I've mark them as downloaded or failed. It will go through and find all the image regexes, and then go and download the images as well for that page. And basically it just iterates through downloading all these things one by one onto the system. So it's fairly simple. I do have some more advanced ones here that I'm not going to show off because they do contain a few bits of secret information. But the package one, effectively, once I have archived the app in Xcode, I can run it. So I can run package, and it will take it, and if I shift it over here, I can read what it steps I go through. If it exports the archive, it creates the disk image and adds that all in. It correctly starts notarizing the disk image, creates a template for release notes and stuff like that. And once the notarization is done and I get the information back from Apple, I can then go and publish. And what publish does is it finishes off the notarization process from Apple, and then it will upload to my web server, and then open the page on my web server so I can create a new version, but it's automatically populated stuff like the code, the signature for validating the download, auto-populated the file size, the release notes from what I had written in. So it's just a little command line utility that helps me basically convert and automate all of the processes of publishing my app, and makes it a lot simpler and a lot less error prone. But we now have the manual inside Coppice, so let's commit that. Actually, no, let's not commit that, because there is an error in it. So I'm just going to go to be right back a sec while I open this, and again, just make sure I'm not showing anything. I really need like an NDA screen or something that will pop up. It's not really NDA, but it's like a secret thing. Right, what I just need to look at is... Because the thing is, I know what I can't show in Coppice, and there isn't a huge amount I can't show. But on the website, it's a bit more iffy, and especially if I show the actual website, especially my back-end stuff, there's stuff there that... It's not that I don't want to show it, it's stuff that legally I cannot, because it is user data. And I simply cannot show that on stream. So, let's have a look-see. What? Oh, wait a second. It's not on here. It's on Coppice. It should be. I can show this one a lot better because it's not the back-end stuff. So, support. That's the views. Hello, Buffer. How are you doing today? Port. Here we are, API index. All topics, topic. Aha! Ordered by date created. So on support topic, it is not date created that we want. It is what I want. Comes up. Where are we? Support topic. Ordering group. Oh, this should be order in pending. Order in. Oh yeah, it's up there. Right. So if I save that, I then want to upload that. On connect. There we go. And where we're in app models support topic model. Right. Place that. Then we should be able to run this again. Hopefully it downloads everything in correct order. Looks like it. So if I then copy that back over, and then I can close this and build and run this, and we should see things appearing in the correct order now. I would hope. Coppice help. There we go. Add link to new page, edit link, remove link. So everything is in the correct order now. Okay, now we can commit our manual and get that checked off. Right, so next thing is we want to look at the sample document. We've been working on a sample document, but not the master sample document, which is actually stored inside of the project here. So if we show in Finder, what we want to do is open this up, and this is the one that actually gets included in Coppice and will then be recreated. So we go here. What this means is that we need to be more careful than usual with this, because these are changes that we will ship to everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to open everything up, make tweaks every so often, things that may have been broken. So creating a page, text pages, image pages. Oh yeah, for this actually must open. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's KVO thing. Okay, let's just. This is got some ads. Can we stick that up there? I think some of these sample documents really got. Don't. There's some also. was auto looking. Disable that. And then if we enable auto linking, that should move all of the grey stuff on that. Shift up to there. That looks. I updated the algorithm for doing lists a bit so that it's not, the first tab is not quite as wide. It looks a lot closer to what other apps have, but I never updated the sample document. There we go. Notice how much better this is looking because it's all aligning. Like if I scale that down, they're all aligning correctly. For example, we've got this last one here, and if I shrink it down, can you see how it's wrapping all the way there? Whereas if I go to none, and then go like that, it wraps correctly. So these are things that I ended up fixing a while ago. Oh dear. thing. Disabled auto linking, and apparently it was using auto linking. Shouldn't be doing. It's because we want them to be manual. At least what this is letting you do is see how Coppice functions in reality. How I'm able to go around and yeah, we don't want welcome to Coppice to auto link, so we'll do that. Right, so all the pro stuff can stay the same. Paula can get gone because we don't allow spam. So all the Coppice Pro stuff can stay the same. In fact, we'll compress that down because it's more readable now. Right, so we're going to want to add some new stuff to image pages. So we're going to need more room for pages. Branches is fine, nothing has changed there. Nothing's changed with canvases. I do need to fix formatting there. I could do with fixing the formatting here as well. Right, so canvases, branches, be the same. Ideally, I want to leave a little bit of room for canvases because we're going to be expanding it in the future with new abilities. I wonder so we have creating a link that's going to creating a link, but one thing that I could do, I'll show you an example here. I could do Coppice help and do, let's say, image hotspots, because that's one. If I add the external link, if I tap on that, Coppice help, yeah. Oh, it handles it internally. I'd have to register. Okay, so I can't. That. I mean, I could. Potentially, I could. I'd have to change the app. I could add a bit of a hack in. Well, let's not do that for now. We may do that in a future version where I may make Coppice Help a special link type purely for the sample document, but maybe for other stuff in the app. But for now, we'll leave that in. So, what we want to do, creating a link. This now wants to head out to this supports pages from one page to another or to well. Create a link. Let's add all the page hotspot. Want to con start typing a page title or a URL. Select from option. And what we're going to do here is image hotspots, create a new text page which you can open here, and we'll just describe hotspots. I mean, considering we've only been working on this version for 4 months, we're not having to change a huge amount. We're probably gonna have to change some stuff up here for cropping and resizing, but I mean, we can stick that in here. I mean, that could just be a paragraph. Edited from 9 of it. There we go. Several weeks of work summed up into a sentence. Image hotspots. Hotspots allow you to find regions of you can link from. Three types of hotspot chat. Tangle. Awful. Hotspot. Hotspot mode. Image inspector. clicking on the image. Oh, honestly, I think that will do for us. For the sample document. Because we don't need the sample document to be completely advanced, it's a sample document, it's like showing various bits of information. What it will be helpful to have, like I say in future, is have it where we can potentially link from a page to the help documents, so that we can, rather than creating a link being here, creating a link will not create a page, like show a page, it will instead go to the help document. So the user can view the sample document and then view it as, I mean, we could have it link out. You could have it link out to the actual web page as an example of external linking. Maybe. I'm not sure. But I think this is good enough now. So what we want to do, well, first off, we need to change the font because that is just Helvetica regular. Okay, I am back. So let's get back into this. So next we're wanting to update our press kit. Is press. Oh. I think screenshots are okay because we haven't really changed anything except for image hotspots. We're not actually showing those there. But what we will is update the review guide. So the review guide, first of all, is a Pages document, which I can't remember what I last opened in Pages, so I'm going to, yeah, I really need, let's create one right now. What I'm going to is add the source. Let's see. That is going to go there, and it's going to be and it is have some text over it. Text. Okay, I have no idea why this is broken. Oh. No idea why that is there, but okay. There. Okay, that'll do for now. I'll come up with something better in future. Maybe we'll design something later, but let's open this up. And I didn't need that anyway because it's the only thing that's open. Let's see. I don't think we actually need to change anything in the press kit. Because the press kit is more of a general overview. So what we might do is keep the press kit the same, because I send out a press release and that usually has all the details of what you need in. So let's see. Yeah, so I can show this. So this was the one for Coppice 2021.2. So it says, also Twizzle England, MQ Software today released the latest version of its Coppice app for the Mac, version 2021.2. Coppice allows users to collect their thoughts and ideas, link them together, and lay them out on a infinitely expanding canvas. So you basically say what has happened and a bit about Coppice, and then you get right into Coppice 2021.2 brings improved support for creating and editing links, redesigned page selector for navigating around your documents, as well as numerous quality of life improvements and bug fixes. Coppice 2021.2 brings many improvements, including a new link inspector, making it far easier to create and edit links in the document, faster navigation of page creation thanks to redesigned page selector, support for tables and text pages, and many other bug fixes and improvements. Detailed list of changes can be found here. It runs here, and then Coppice is a free download available, blah 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 blah, and then a bit about how Coppice works. Now most of this stays the same whenever I send out a new press release. I'll basically just be mostly replacing stuff up here. So yeah, I think the press kit we can count as done then. So all we really need to do is update Coppice Pro and the marketing around there. So let's go to Coppice website. I can get us at the black bar at the top. Right, so we have all of our basic stuff about Coppice here. And when we get down to the bottom, all of Coppice's feature $19.99 a year. So we have unlimited canvases, auto linking, folders, customized canvas appearance. Now the annoying thing is, there's only really one additional thing, which is because auto linking, we already have that for pages. It's additional hotspot option, some more improved image linking in a sense. So probably can't have this grid. Now it works out a bit better when we go to the Pro thing because we have it laid out in a grid where we can actually tweak things. So we've got a fair bit of gap here. We could potentially shift this up a bit and fit it in there. We also probably want to update the page linking video. Because we want it to show image linking as well. So that shouldn't take too long to do. So let's open Coppice up, and if I bring up let's see, dev Coppice app. So we have our development version here, so I'll be bringing that in and out. We should be able to. There we go. So we've got our preview there. So, want to do. You're going to need oh, that reminds me, I did do some fixes to the Coppice website over the weekend as well. So some of the bugs that we encountered on Saturday, where there's some 404 errors, I fixed those. I fixed a few other things, but I also released something that I've been meaning to do for a while, and unfortunately I can't show it on the dev site. I've got to go to the full Coppice site, but there's now a development section up here, and if I click on it, there we go. So now you can see the Coppice stream on the Coppice website, and you can also wave or say stuff. So if I type something in here, got the full Twitch chat up here so you can get the full experience, and I've also thrown on the schedule down here in sort of a calendar option. So this is all up here. One thing I'd like to do is when people go to the Coppice website, have like a banner underneath that says when I am live and developing. But I would have to probably get things hooked up to Twitch to sort that out. But it would be nice so that when people go up there, they go to the website, they can see, oh, there's an ad blocker script, and then you press make it look you're watching from another site. They are watching from another site because they're using the code that you provide Twitch to watch from another site. Hey, I didn't realise that it did that. I'm literally using the code that Twitch gives you to watch from another site. And then they decide to show that up. It's how rude. How rude, Twitch. So, let's get back into this. This isn't going to be massive development stuff because it's pretty simple. So, pro feature. Image. Okay. Right. More spots. More spots. Right. So, how does that? Oh, vision in yeah. Okay, so what I'll probably have feature grid or feature oh no, that's happens. Oh. Then how am I doing that in Pro? I'm doing it on the okay, so let's do style equals mid column first than 2. How is it good to roll? Oh. Automatic page launching. and 2. Okay, there we go. Let's change these up. Page title. Okay, that'll do for down there. And then here, want to bring overview over to here. More control over exactly what parts of image are hotspots. Additional options are oval and polygon hotspots. Okay. Actually, what if look that there? Is that's going to span straight? Grid column here is going to be first, but for image linking, column is going to be second. Okay, so we'll probably have something there. So what we need is a new video for linking where we can show sorry, needed to sneeze. So we'll have a new video where we basically show the same thing that we do here, but we will also show like adding an image. Yeah, we're probably gonna want this to be a bit bigger. So, because I don't want video, let's stick a video up here. And what we're going to do is shift image linking up to there, canvas theme. I'm gonna go down to there. Oh, second. Go span 2. That one we don't need to drop. Okay, and then we can fit a video down there for image linking. Got an image there for customizing canvas, and then we'll have a video there for automatic page linking. Header entirely. Okay. We'll just do a simple one way with drawing a polygon hotspot. And here it's going to be the same thing where it's typing. But then probably have it slide and show an out an image page. We probably want it to be bigger, so yeah, we'll have it then slide across. We'll have a small image page. It will be empty. We'll add an image on and then have it use a click on the link and it will open. Yeah, so they click on the link and then it will open it in so that it has actually a link. Or have 2 pages up where you have an image, we rename a page from untitled to something, and then it will automatically find it. I think that might be a better way of doing it. Okay, we'll go that approach then, I think. So, is grab Coppice, make a new thing. Oh yeah, okay. Regular. This. Pages, several types, text pages. That is going to be added. Page. That's why I'm 30. The whole reason I added these things in. Right. Okay, I think that last one is the take we're going to do. And I want to do that again. That one should do, because we've shown that it's jumping. Okay. So, open. First thing we want to do is trim them down. Oh. X. This one we also want. And then what we're going to do is quick and dirty transition, which is going to be provided for us by Keynote. Because that is actually how I built the animation that I have that is playing in the top left, which I've actually updated. It now has a bit on image linking. In fact, I can open up So this is the video that plays, and it's all entirely animated inside of Keynote. Because it's a fairly simple thing, there's just some slides and fades and videos playing, but it's just that, and they export it as a video. So we're going to do a similar thing here. This is going to be a lot simpler. What we want to do, custom slide size, which I believe is 380 by 260. Actually, how have I? That'd be fine. Is pro. Okay, 738 by 84. Okay. Oh, is now customize and make it 520 by 60. Get rid of all of that. And that, and animate the slide as an effect. So start automatically. The length is 60 seconds. So what we'll do is there 70 seconds. I'm going to slide to that, and then bulldoze on that. That is going to start after transition. Have a 5 seconds. So what should happen? We play. Okay, so we should be able to export as a movie. Custom resolution is going to be 760 by 520. What's fair point? Only loaded at 60 seconds. Yeah, 60. So I'll export at 60. Version H at 264. Okay. So we'll save this as auto linking. Hopefully this will export correctly. Open with QuickTime. I think I'm going to make one little tweak. Fine. Then see what this looks like. I've just remembered I was meant to get some more music for the playlist, so I will probably do that after the stream. I'm probably going to be adding, there's a game called Heartbound, which a stream that we actually raided the other week, Pirate Software, they create Heartbound. It's available on Steam, but they also have a rather large soundtrack, which I believe is like 96 songs on it, and it only costs like £3-4, and they let you use it however you want as long as you're not just uploading it straight to YouTube. So I was going to buy that and stick some of those songs in the stream to add a bit more variety, especially for these longer streams, because I think my current playlist is about 2.5 hours, so it'd be nice to get it where there's a mix where on an average stream you may not hear a certain song. It all depends on how long it goes on for. Because I mean, I like the music in the playlist, but it would be nice to get a bit more variety in it. So that seems to play a lot better. Okay, so let's change. We don't want to change Coppice. I want Nova. Go in Finder. What we're going to do? So this bug where I hit Show Desktop and I can't click on anything, I figured out what it is, or rather someone told me what it is. It is. So what it is, and I don't think it's necessarily the app itself, but the app that I'm using to basically funnel audio from the music app into OBS is something called SWB Audio App, and it seems that that is what is causing the issues, because if I quit that app I get full access to the desktop again, and I can hit Show Desktop hotkey and move stuff around on the desktop. Now, the reason I don't think the app may be to blame is that the person that pointed this out to me on Twitter said that they had it, but it was another app that caused it. But the key thing is, it's also a menu bar app. Same as SWB Audio app, its UI is a menu bar app. So I think something in macOS 12 broke in the menu bar, and that is what is causing this issue where I can't actually click on the desktop. Okay, so let's go to overview. I want this to be 380 by 260. I should be using Coppice VoiceOver. That should be auto demonstrate Coppice. Right. That looks okay. So the one thing is that definitely needs to switch to margin 20 because that difference is all sorts terrible. That looks way better. What is this causing? That is 260. Why? There we go. That looks better. There is a little bit where you can see it there, but I mean it's literally like a few frames. So you're not going to notice that, but you would notice it at the bottom. So that looks okay to me. So all we need now is something up here. So we want a video. Let's get that. Coppice. So that's the size we have to work with. Let's just find a Coppice icon that is decent size. 256. Fit in there. Well, it doesn't have to fit in there. We can. Right. Let's look for. Where are we? Documentation. No, not documentation. Artwork. Coppice icons. Icon. PNG. Let's add an image page. Right. Always scale it down a bit. 80, the height is a bit. Why are we doing the page? Why don't we just dance? Alright, let's see what this looks like. Let's just do that a bit better. Okay, so remove audio. Then save. Polygon hotspots. Down a bit. Spots. There. Yeah. On hotspots. On hotspot. Copy. Okay. Okay, so I think that is good to go. Because we've got all the stuff in the app. So I think that essentially means we are done with that. So what we can do now is let's do the final build. Let's actually go through the steps, build Coppice, and then we may even be able to get it up onto the website. So, I mean, it won't actually be public, but we'll get it up there, and technically you'll all be able to download it if you're watching. You'll be able to get it early before anyone else as a sneak peek. Right, so I do actually have a checklist that I go through. Where I basically go through and set everything up. So the next thing that we need to do on my own checklist is go through and update the version strings. So we're going to go into Coppice, go to the target, general, change this to 2022.1. Actually, before we do that, I need to check. Okay, so there's nothing else there. And then we need to go to Quick Look and update it there as well. Then I will commit that. Update version to 2022.1. Next step. Run all tests. So we'll run through the tests here. They should all be running, and we succeeded. So if we go and have a look, Coppice core, Coppice test succeeded. Now let's run through the UI tests. These may... We can see it's now running through a bunch of UI tests where I only have tests that test the app and test, I believe, the tour and the welcome screen. But it is going through and hit an Objective-C exception. Continue. But this is essentially what automation, UI automation testing does. It's make sure that we can go through everything in the store. And I believe it will make sure that we can create a new document or the sample document, because when you get to the end, view sample document. In fact, what we may do after we get the build done, because it's always easy enough to create a new build if we need to at some point. We'll create a build, get it up, and then what we might do is spend the rest of the day playing around with adding some more UI tests that, rather than testing like the ancillary parts of the app, it tests some more of the core features of the app. As you can see, it takes a while to run, and my hope is that eventually what I'll be able to do when I get the Mac Studio is the iMac will basically be sat behind me in the corner, and I'll be able to have the iMac as sort of like a build server, running Xcode server, and I'll be able to have it whenever I do commits. It will actually check it out on the iMac and run through all of the unit tests, all the UI tests, and essentially just report back to me. But I'll have a completely separate computer that's able to do that. Also run it in some VMs as well, potentially. Here we're doing more welcome to Coppice stuff. So everything worked except opening help first time opens. Welcome screen is showing topic with title Coppice user guide. So if I run the app, Coppice help, Coppice guide. Passes. Okay. So all of that passes, so we can check those off. So now we get to the key part. Archiving. So this is the bit where we actually do the build, where we get a new build number out and where we get something that we will be able to actually package up. So let's click it. And so the archive build starts. We're at the point where the app takes a while to build because it has to do a complete clean build and then do all the optimization passes. I'm actually curious how long it actually takes. Should say in the logs once it is finished. Okay, so we have our build. I'm curious, how long did this take? $93.8 seconds. So, what we can do now is, next stage is it's going to release version. On here, MQ tail package, and then showing Finder. Now base. And what this should do is package everything up into a disk image and send it. Now I'm going to run this off screen because I can't remember what the output is, so I'm not sure whether it's going to show anything that I shouldn't really be showing. So I'll hit enter, and if the output is fine, I will show that after. Error. You must first sign the relevant oh, for crying out loud, Apple. New developer contracts. Okay, I'll be doing this off enable secrets just in case it pops up. Okay. Let's try that again. No. Create the reset directory, create the disk image, notarize the app. Okay. I can show you. Where are we? I can at least show you this. So here we're creating the archive, it exports, there's a bunch of errors because of Xcode, and we just create reset directory, create the disk image, notarize, and create release note templates. Now what that actually all means is that we've created this and sent it to Apple for notarization. So this is the disk image we will upload. We've got our release notes here, and we have copies here. So we have that run. We're now waiting on Apple. So what I need to do is first go to Tower, and because we've bumped the build number, I need to commit that. Updated build number. I'm going to tag that release. Create new tag. Name is 2022.1. Okay, so we need to write up some release notes. So if we drag that into Nova, we can have a look here. So for our release notes, I am going to go here and no, go another page, log in. Okay. Okay. So let's go over here. So what do we need? we need features, we need bug fixes. So for that, let's bring up tower. So, in terms of features, let's just add them in. So, the key features are image linking, create hotspots on images, create hotspots of regions of that right. So we're gonna have that. Auto linking is pro. Pro now and document for text, and we'll hotspot searching and searching through a document. Coppice now matches image. Right, so what other features have we added? Oh, image editing. You can now crop and rotate image side of Coppice. So you can change your mind anytime. So cropping, rotation, those are all the features. Have a look at bug fixes. We can also bring up, where's Jira gone? Have a look at Jira as well for this sort of thing. Fixed version. Projects. Coppice. Project Coppice, fixed version 1. Image cropping, image rotation, image linking searching. So, bug fixes. Canvas themes now update immediately. Page titles. Yeah. Editing a page title on a canvas is more reliable. Where are we? Spectre animate off-stream Spectre. That Spectre's no longer animating from side when hiding showing. Toggle inspectors button no longer disabled. Hiding inspectors.
Distant silhouettes empty horizon. Sing a silhouette affections tighten.
Ability of link.
Rivers drifting vivid and together.
When you look at like the number of things, it does not seem that many. Because if I bring up the where are we? Coppice app release notes. If you look at the release notes for 2021.2, look at how much stuff I added. Lots of little features and lots of bug fixes. Yeah, this is really all I've done, but it's taken. These have been so much bigger features than everything else. So, hi, Sound Assassin. It's going pretty well. We are just completely finishing up the last few bits of preparing Coppice for release. Hopefully, getting it all ready so that I can start messaging people in the press and so on, and getting it out there next week, hopefully. So, how are you doing today? Right, what we're going to do is now shift these here. That will leave the auto link there. Doing alright, that's good to hear. Are you up to much today? Wonder, have they implemented? Oh, they have. Fantastic. Let's do some column select. for anyone who does not know this, if you hold Option and drag across, you can actually do column select in many different apps. Some apps don't support it. Many apps do. I believe Coppice supports it in terms of the native stuff, though it's not quite as good as when you're using it in some sort of code editor. That's usually when it's super powerful. How long have I been developing this? Well, this particular version I've been developing since about January. I released the previous version at the end of November and then took a month off. I was starting to feel a bit burnt out, so I took a month off from it, spending those days just getting stuff done around the house and getting ready for Christmas and relaxing while doing the contract work. But this particular version I started back in January, so it's been about 4 months. The app itself I started, well, I can show you the date it started by going all the way back to the initial commit. 9th of July 2019 is when I created the project. So what, in about 2 months it will be technically 3 years old. I mean, it took me until when did I actually believe? I believe it was 25th of... 1 second, I am getting a phone call, so I will be right back. Sorry about that. Just had a phone call from someone to deal with some stuff in my garden, hopefully. So, yeah, that was not expecting that call back today. But yeah, that's all sorted. So we now have our release notes here. So they're all done. What was I doing before? Oh yes, about how long I've been developing the app. So yeah, it's been probably about, like I say, getting on for 3 years since I started, and well, it was the end of 2020 when I released it, so you're talking about 18 months since the initial release. And unfortunately, that first year was a bit slow in terms of updates. I mean, you can see here, released on the 25th of November. Got a few bug fixes out, but then it was February for the next major release, which isn't too bad. But then it was November, the next release, so that's what? 9 months between releases, only 2 major releases last year. So that was largely because I was going through the house move, and the house move was very stressful, took up a lot of time, and the time that I would normally be working on Coppice, those days were taken up with house move stuff and then recovering from house move stuff. So that's why that took that long. So I'm hoping to get 3 versions out this year, and this is going to be the first version. It's taken a bit longer than I expected, but I mean that's partly because I've been developing it on stream, but also this stuff just took longer. It's more involved. But this version does represent basically the complete initial version of what I wanted. So I cut it down a lot to get a version out, but a lot of the functionality that I wanted, in terms of like image link and stuff like that, it's taken until now to get it in. So at this point, it's mostly complete for my own basic needs, and then it's building stuff on top of that for the future. So what I need to check is I have an email from Apple. Your software was successfully notarized. So we have that. That is all there. So what I need to do, that's all done, is I need to open another window, and again I am going to I'll type this out on here so you can see how I actually publish this, but then I'll move it off because again I'm not sure what of the output I can show versus what I can't. In fact, let's bring the sidebar back out. So I need to go into, actually, let's do that. I'll go there, hit that, okay, open up inside there. So, MQTutil, publish. And we're going to do release notes or release notes.html. Key is sparkle sparkle. Okay. So that is going to sign it for Sparkle purposes. So it actually Sparkle can verify that it's from me. We need Coppice app, and then we need the disk image. Okay, so what this should do is staple the notarization onto it, and the notarization is basically what when you first open an app that you've downloaded from the internet, it says who it's from. It's Apple's way of verifying that. It's a bit annoying that you have to do it because it means that everyone has to pay $100 to Apple to be able to ship an app. I mean, you can ship without it, but you've got to pay it if you don't want to have your users run through all sorts of hoops. But it does that, uploads it to my web server, and will actually open a page. So I am going to leave that running, see what it does. So it's stapled it, it's signed it, it's uploading, and let's see what we have here. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Why is the deployment target macOS 11? Hey, am I gonna have to go through all of that again? How's that got changed? macOS 10.15. Oi! All that process, and finally get to here. So this is what it looks like in my CMS. Wait, we'll send it all up with, where are we? Send it all up with all the IDs and everything filled in. And it turns out the minimum OS has been set to macOS 11, which it shouldn't be, and I have no idea when that has changed. So we can't do that. We've got to go through that entire process again. So what we're going to do is we're going to change that one thing. One little thing, but now we've got to do everything again. Thankfully we don't have to do quite everything again. We can reuse the release notes, but everything else has to go. So product, archive. Oh well. So how is everyone in chat doing today? Because I am, well, that is a bit of an awkward mistake to make. Go through all that, show how easy it is, and I've got all my checklists, and yeah, that doesn't, oh. Coppice Court. What on earth has happened here? That's been updated. I do not remember. I updated. Right, so the test, yeah. Oh, was it when I did that? Thanks for the follow on kit. How are you doing today? Let's check that. Sorry. Get macOS 15 and 3 data. Oof. Oh, the tests are fine, but that, yep, that is 10.15. Right, let's do a stretch. Thanks for redeeming that. So we stretch our hands towards us, palm facing away, and do a stretch 10 seconds, and do it on the other hand. So you always make sure that you get your stretches in, and then we go down, just stretch the hands out. You always need to make sure you're getting those arms stretched out. Whether you're programming, doing art, or whatever it is, it makes such a huge difference. As someone who has suffered with RSI, you really need to look after yourself and make sure you have a nice ergonomic setup. You're feeling 10 times better after entering the room. That is very good to hear. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream. I am doing well. I was doing pretty well until I realised I'd made a rather silly mistake at some point in the past, and now have to start a process of building and shipping, well, preparing to ship an app all over again. So thankfully it's not too big of a deal. It's changing a few build settings, and this is why I wrote my little command line tool to help automate all this, because I can just run through those things again. So I mean, I can show you the output that I had before. Like I say, it just ends up stapling, signing, uploading, and then it will open that page for me. So this is archiving now. Xcode goes through all this, and it takes about, I think we found out, about 90 seconds. I am super curious to see how fast it will be on a new machine, because I already know that just a development build of the contract project I work on, a clean build on my machine of a development thing, so it's not doing all the optimization, is about 90-ish seconds or so. I can't remember the exact number, but it's somewhere around there. I can't remember if it's like 2 minutes or something, but I do know that an M1 MacBook Pro can do a clean build of the same project in 2/3 of the time. And this machine is no slow machine. It's an 8-core i9 machine. So, right, so we have our new version. We are going to go through most of our process again. So, we've done all that. Update those. We know the unit test passed because we ran those earlier. So then we need to go here, and we want mqdetail package here. And what we're going to do is put an underscore there, because we're going to copy those release notes over. So I run that, it's out a bunch of errors. I'm not find app after export. Curious. Oh, yeah. Cars and up a version, and then do that. So we're creating the release directory, we're creating the disk image, notarizing, and then we'll have to wait for Apple to actually go through and notarize, which can take anywhere from like a few minutes to an hour, though it wasn't too long last time. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, creating release notes template. So what we're going to do is we have all our stuff here. We're going to copy our release notes from there into there and place. So we have all that. We can delete our old version, and now we wait for our Apple. Actually, there is something I need to do. Just open that up a sec. I open this. Okay, that can go back down. I need to clean something up on the website. Oh, is it on the server? It is, so I can that. Okay, and now we wait for Apple to get back. So, yes, as I was saying, how are things with everyone in chat? Are you up to much today? If you haven't already mentioned in chat, do you have any questions about Coppice? Anything to do with Mac development or anything like that? Okay, I've just received an email from Apple. Your software was successfully notarized, so that was about 2 minutes to do notarization, which is pretty good. So, we can do again. I want to CD into the Coppice 2022.1, and we're going to do same again. MQutil publish, release notes or release notes, key, Coppice app, and Coppice 2022.1. So when I hit this, we staple, we sign, and we upload. Is Coppice hard to learn? I hope it isn't. I've put a lot of effort in to try and make Coppice something that someone can download and easily pick up. I mean, what I'll do once I have this set up, so what we're going to do here, I will give you like a tour and get your opinion of it. Morning to you, Wario, well, afternoon here. How are you doing? And yes, macOS notarization is fun. It is so much fun. It is all the fun. Though to be completely fair, notarization isn't as bad as, say, code signing and provisioning profiles and stuff like that. Well, that has got better recently. So, don't want this releasing today. We want this releasing next Monday, which is the 9th. And let's release it at... Let's release it at 3 o'clock. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click create on another screen because I don't know if I have any errors on this. Nope, that is all done. So that version is created. It will release then. So one thing I need to do is now do some quick tests. just to make sure. So I'm going to open Coppice in my applications folder, so my release version of Coppice. And then check for updates. So we have the update appearing. Now this is me doing a testing. This won't actually appear for regular users just yet. But install, extract, and this just makes sure that all the signature and everything is correct. Install and relaunch. Ooh dear. Oops. May need to do another build. Oh. This is why you test things. Probably need to add a step where I launch. Yeah, let's add a step to my checklist. Yeah. Not that good. Guess not. Phases. Copy framework. Nope. M3 data is not being. Right. I am going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to set this archiving, and then we will go through that process one last time, and then hopefully this will all work correctly. So I will see you all in a few minutes when I have got a fresh drink and probably a fresh cup of tea, given how this is going. But what I will promise you, when we get back, I will show you Silent Assassin. I'll go through Coppice, show you all the stuff that I've added to help people learn it and get used to it. We'll go through that, and then because we're going to have a few hours left, we'll start looking into UI testing, which is quite a lot of fun. And you saw some of the UI tests running earlier, but we're actually going to start implementing some more UI tests. So stay tuned for that, and see you all in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, I am back and I have fresh drinks. So, Coppice appears to have re-archived, so we'll have another go at this. Switch back. I also need to find out why the Stream Deck is not changing my little character, because when I go to be right back or various other things, it should be changing it to this sleeping version. And for some reason it is not, so we will work that out. So we have that. I need to UGL package. That archive, and we will archive it. So let's have a look at your last job. And all that being held by Fastlane, but when it broke, it was fun to try and fix. Yeah, I've heard some people use Fastlane, and some people really swear by it. But for me, it's just, I mean, it's just me. I'm always, if people want like more advanced stuff, they can do, but for me, it's not that hard just to have a script that I run. Or in this case, it's a Swift command line utility that I've built, because Swift is actually quite good for building command line utilities, turns out. It's a bit iffy when you need to call out stuff, because then you've got to use NSTask, but okay. Got Coppice here. Does it launch? It does! Yay! So, nearly knocked over my cup of tea all over my desk. Now we just wait a few minutes for Apple to email us and tell us it's been notified. So in those few minutes, what I can do, if you're still there, Silent Assassin, I can show you Coppice and what people would see. So when you first launch Coppice, and I'm doing the stretches now, Sinister, so don't worry about it while I'm speaking. When you first launch Coppice, you'll see something like this, where it just says "Welcome to Coppice." This is just a standard welcome screen that appears when nothing else is open. And what you can do, you can create something new. You can do open, or you can take tour. So what happens here is you have the tour. Welcome to Coppice. Coppice lets you cultivate your thoughts, helping you to make sense of them and visualize the links between them. Hover over the image to learn about Coppice's UI. So you can hover over all the different bits. So the sidebar is where all your pages live. Toolbar, find common actions here within easy reach. The editor, where you can edit pages and canvases, and the inspector, so additional control. So basically just what the sections are. As you continue through, pages represent thoughts or ideas. Pages can contain text or images and can be as big or as small as you like. So you basically go through this, create a page from the toolbar and menu bar by dragging text or images onto the to the sidebar. So this is basically going through the same stuff that's on the website. It's the same animations where it goes over canvases and explains how you can drag stuff onto the canvas. You have links, and then you have branches. So it's basically going through all the different concepts that you have. You have pages, you have canvases, you have links, and when you combine them all together, you can have them branching out. And having these animations really does help a lot in conveying all the information and what is going on. And then once you're done, you can either get started, which will open the new document, or you can view the sample document, which is what we were editing earlier. So it will open the sample document and let you go through and edit stuff. The reason stuff is already open on this one is that we've already previously opened the sample document, so it by default goes and opens one if it already exists. And you can go around, and this gives you more information on stuff like pages and creating a page and so on. And if that isn't enough, then you can go up here and you can view Coppice on Twitter, the Coppice blog, you can contact support, or you've got a full help system, which is what we were building over the, or rather updating over the weekend, where you have all of your stuff, which basically tells you, that's a bit of a bug, but not enough to change anything, but you can go through and find stuff, about how to do various things, how to deal with Coppice Pro, how to do stuff in canvases, creating a page, creating documents, all stuff like that. So you have all this stuff, you can search for it, so you could do Polygon, and Polygon's there, so image hotspots, that brings up there, so you can see how to create a Polygon hotspot. So I've provided as much information as I can to people, so that they can try and understand what Coppice is, what the basic parts of the UI are, what the concepts are, and then find how to do specific things. And failing that, they can contact me and ask, or hopefully see that the stream is on and come and ask on stream or anything like that. So right. So let's see. Alright, successfully notarized. So what I want to really do is first of all go here and delete that. Oop, nope, don't want to delete that. Cancel that. Now upload that then. Accidentally deleted the release version. Okay, so what I want to delete is the latest version. Right, so I can go back in to item, and we want to publish. Because I had the wrong thing. Then we want to publish. That is going on. I want to go to Coppice app, download the current version. that. Install that into applications, replacing previous version. And once that is there, then want to so we have our edit version and our create version. So the edit version is the one that already exists, so what I just want to do is copy some of these over. Leave the real these, leave that. We need the new balls. Those are pluses. But we will see. Otherwise I may need to generate these. File size. That's the same. Okay. I can close that. I can update that. And then I want to launch this version. Check for updates. Version install. Now, signature correct. It seems like it is. And it launches. And if we go to About Coppice 2022.1. Okay. So I can do one last thing, which is to revert what I did get. There we go. So that is all up and ready to ship on the 9th of May at 3 PM. So I believe that warrants some of these. Which you too can get by subscribing to the stream. Normally it goes a bit smoother than that, it doesn't take that many attempts to do, but I am a bit rusty with this. It's the first time I've done it since November. So that is all ready. Now there's still an awful lot to do. I need to write up a press release, get in touch with people, but I'm going to do that off stream because obviously I'm going to be emailing people and like personal information, stuff like that. So what we're going to do instead is have a look at unit tests, not unit testing, UI testing, and see how we do that. So we have UI tests for the welcome screen, the tour window, and the help view. So if we build and run, let's have a, why are there that many warnings? Archive didn't have that many warnings. Wonder if that's just a clean. It needs a clean build. Okay. Right. Where are we? So, if we create a document, what sort of stuff could test? Well, I suppose we can test creating could test the sidebar. So we want to test that if you create a new document, it's showing canvases. Then there's also a first page, and you can click on first page and it will show this. So, other things from the sidebar is creating pages. All the things down here, and make sure they work. So, let's focus on the sidebar and get tests for sidebar, because there's lots of stuff that we want to do in here. Also, row table. Okay, it's activated now. Okay, so edit. Okay, so what we're going to do UI test cases. Sidebar UI test. Going to go in there. Right. That's new. Let's launch performance. May look into some performance tests at some point in the future, but for now we're just going to look at functional tests. So what I like to do is write out all the test names with fails in, and then we just run them all, make sure that they all fail, and then we'll go through and actually record some tests and tidy some things up. Okay, add that. Okay, so what we want to do is we'll this down a bit. I'll get rid of that for now. We want to see what we have here. So I'm going to test new document state. Then what we want to test is navigation. That what we might no, we'll do it all from a new document. So we want navigating and then mark creating pages, and then we want mark moving pages, mark deleting pages, title, I've already got sorting. How have we? Okay, test document. Select canvases. Go. Ah. Let's make that below pre. Yeah, let's do this in terms of action. So, create page, mark, create page from collection, create folder. Oh, it's not create page from selection, it's create folder from create page, create folder from selection. Edit title. Mark page. Mark delete page. Now, what I might do actually is create a test document, and then every time we create it, we'll just create a copy, load it up, and then work from there. And we can have separate test documents for each testing, so one for the sidebar, one for others. So, moving pages, folders. Right, and then we're going to create a folder. And then we're just going to create next page, folder page 1, page 2, okay. Folder page 3. No, call that canvas page. There's going to be a page on canvas. Because if I delete that, that just deletes, but if I delete that, we need to get a warning. So I'm going to test those. If I delete a folder, that. So I'm going to save this. Just save it to the desktop for now, and we'll call this sidebar test document. Or sidebar Y. And then Coppice UI test. Do get rid of that. Get rid of that. Collection test document. Now what we also need is to bring a test extension across there. Because then we can get the test bundle. So what we should be able to do we'll have a completely separate thing for new document. So what we will do is let's just hit page what would it be? Going file, new page, text page should create a new document. So create page, creating page from menu bar with mouse. So that does all that. So what we want to do is in extension sidebar UI test. This is going to be our helpers, and func create test document. And what we're going to do here is let your URL equal self.testbundle dot URL or resource with extension. Resource is sidebar UI test document with extension Coppice doc. And what we're going to do is private func URL for test document. The reason we're doing it, actually no, we can do it as a property because it's going to be a computed property. It's going to be URL equals URL, file URL with path, and then a temporary directory. We can just extend this. Then dot pending path component sidebar UI test document dot coppice dot. And what we're going to do, this is going to throws, and we're going to try file manager dot default dot copy item at URL. Actually, that's optional, isn't it? Else throw fail document found. Then to self.url test document, that should be private, and we want a clean up test document rows file manager default dot move item at self.url for test document. So in here, I want to self.create, no, clean up test document and self.create test document. Both need to be dry, so that they will actually show exception. So this is going to XCT fail, but what we are going to, actually, we're not going to XCT fail, we're going to XCT cert true file manager dot default dot file exists at path self.url for test document dot path. So this is going to make sure that we do have something at this path. So let's see. Just make sure that our setup code works. And it does. So that is fantastic. So we need to call super error. Actually, we want to set up with. We will use our base in this case and do additional setup. On app, we're going to do try self.get test document. I'm not sure. Reference. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so that's fine. Try quitting. Bring up a bit of space. Right, let's run this test again and see what it does. Okay. Should be building with S. That. At a breakpoint. Hold and run. I'll have to log in again. I want to see why it is logging out of Pro. I need something that I can build in to basically override the Pro check just in test builds. Okay, so that is activated. So I will quit. I want to build and run this. Okay, let's have a look at the log. Oh, good. Oh, back to me. Welcome to the stream. So you recently switched to macOS. Where can you start learning Swift? So there are multiple places where you can start learning Swift. So one of the first ones, depending on how much you know of programming already, are Swift Playgrounds on an iPad. This basically takes you through stuff. It is designed for people who haven't programmed before, especially kids, but it takes you through the basics. I mean, it goes through some of the basics of programming as well. It's more for teaching programming using Swift, but it is not just for that. It is also now a fully featured, well, mostly fully featured IDE, so that you can actually build apps on the iPad and ship them. So that is one option. Another option is to go to developer.apple.com and they have a lot of, I believe it would be in over might be under them. Documentation. So you have lots of documentation up here. I'm trying to find. Oh, cloud. There's some very good documentation on things like Swift and Swift UI and UIKit and so on. But unfortunately, Apple's website is not the best. Go to the So they have some very good tutorials here for Swift UI. I believe they have tutorials for languages. I wonder if it's. So there are tools here for learning Swift on developer.apple.com. So you just go down to the bottom and you can find Swift there under languages. If you view the resources, there are books, there are videos, tutorials. So where are we? Developer apps for iOS. So this goes through all the basics. It shows you like Swift UI and stuff, and shows you how to do all that in Xcode. And finally, some other good places to look. Hacking with Swift. So Hacking with Swift is entirely free. It's run by someone called Paul Hudson, who does all these tutorials. So you can learn stuff for free. He does have paid stuff where you can get additional stuff, like learn additional stuff and get additional like live streams and stuff like that. But he has all sorts of things that let you learn Swift by example and so on. Good ones to start with are the 100 Days of Swift, where basically every day you spend 1 hour reading or watching Swift tutorials or writing Swift code. Every day you post about your progress on social media site. So essentially what it is there is a course that over 100 days will actually teach you various things in Swift. So it introduces you to Swift. Then you go through various other additional bits and then start looking at real iOS app development, looking at like UIKit and auto layout, moving on potentially to stuff like using SpriteKit for game related stuff, animation and so on. So Hacking with Swift is a fantastic resource if you learn it. There's also a new book for building SwiftUI apps with macOS. A bit more iffy about building macOS apps with SwiftUI because it's not quite yet there yet. You need to know what you're doing both with SwiftUI and with Mac to do that. But if you're learning Swift, then either Apple's resources, so developer.apple.com, Hacking with Swift, or if you really want, there is, depending on what sort of programmer you are, there is swift.org, which has, on getting started, where is it? There is an entire Swift book, so it's welcome to Swift. docs.swift.org/swiftbook. Let me paste that into the chat for you. And this is basically a language guide and reference where it goes through all the basic things. It's not a tutorial, it is a reference book. But if you already know how to program and you prefer just to look at like a reference book or something, then it's a very good thing. But your two main sources are going to be the developer.apple.com and Hacking with Swift. So hopefully they can give you a good start. And if you get stuck on anything, feel free just to come into the stream, ask a question. I can go through any bits that you get stuck on and explain stuff if needed. So what we're doing here is trying to work out why Coppice is failing here. Oh, right. Yeah. So what I need is launch with that. So test plan. Okay. Where am I of a test? Let's shift those up to the top so I can. Oh, Coppice UI configuration arguments passed on launch. That. So this is something that is built into the debug version that allows me to essentially point to a different URL. Give me a second. I need to check that I'm not showing anything. B. No, that should be okay because I mean this stuff you can find out easily enough through inspection, so there's nothing there. But basically, if you're in the debug version, when it actually talks to the service, if it's a debug build, which the version that you can download from the website is not. But if it is, then there is an override and this is why these if debug, and I've got if test and so on here. Yeah. Oh. Coppice core, not Coppice core. Coppice. Space test. Okay, that is. Also, where do I actually pull that? Okay, I can't really do it that way, but what this basically means is that this only ever gets compiled into debug build. So if you tried to add this thing in a release thing, it won't actually override it because the code doesn't exist there. So it's useful to have for scenarios like this where you want something where you're able to test, but you don't want to ship that to other people, because having other people be able to just swap out the URL easily is not a good thing. So if I build and run, go to preferences, and so if I log in, alright, so that is active, so I can quit that. So now, because that argument has been passed, the reason it was failing is that it was looking with the credentials and trying to connect to the production server rather than my local debug server. So if I build and run now, it should just because something with the same name already exists. Okay. Alright, so right. Couldn't be removed. Okay. And let's just do if file manager .default file exists path self.euro test document path. Else throw that in there just in case. I mean, we're technically doing it twice, but okay, so we succeed. So what we want to do is my application is there an open document, so you can activate, you can launch. Hey. So what we'll do, app dot launch, okay, so we have it on desktop. If I go, I open Coppice. So if I open Coppice and I pass in bar item. Not have permission. Oh. Right, embeds it in. Oh no, it doesn't. It's a separate process in this case. Now let's see what can DuckDuckGo can show up for us about what is going on. Let's see. Xcode Y test open document. Nothing. OS as document via launch. see what the launch argument. Unboxing point. Have a quick think. Okay, so see what happens if you app dot do launch argument equal to self.url for test document.path. Pass that as an argument. Oh, so it does open it. Oh, sweet. So, what we want to do is code. So this should build and launch the app. So we're not going to need this. Let's just open that. And what we want to do is go file, new page, text page. Okay. Let's quit that, let's quit. Get rid of that. Do this again. Okay, so we have this open, and what we're going to do is file, new page, text page. And so got that, so we want to get rid of that. No, that is not what we want. So, have it open. We want to go Click. 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 Hey. So, up that, what we can have a look at is some of these and see what we've. That is going to get our menu bar. Not the app windows. And what we want to do let the sidebar table equals app dot windows document window outline sidebar table. That's going to be sidebar table click. And we want sidebar table dot outline rows. That what we'll do is if we run through this, we get to there. So that is going to automate. You can see it clicking new page. Oh, you can't see that, but it has done. And then we want to go here and step over. So, run this test. Right, so let's have a look. Bar table dot outline. Go. Um. Ah. So, grab our table. So, there we go. Title. Okay. So outline row dot cells. Out to dot static text. Cells dot static text. Good. Okay, well, cells, titled page, text page. So if we search for that, we want to exist. Insert true. So, continue. So if we build and run this now, I'm going to hide that so you can see the full thing that it's doing. So we build and run this now. What it will do is it will go and it will walk through, click file, new page, text page, click. Then we'll find a sidebar table, we'll click on that, and then we'll ensure that untitled page, text page is found. And actually what we can do, not only that, we can do let cell count goes sidebar table dot outline rows. Oh, just do dot cells. Don't need dot outline rows. Dot cells dot count. Xct assert equal sidebar table dot cells dot count. Cell count plus 1. So all this is doing is running through, performing a few bits and actually want to set that up here. So we set up, get the app, get the sidebar table, let's do the bars query up there. So we get the stuff that we need, including the cell count before. Then we're going to actually run through. So click file, click on the item in the menu bar, click on the sidebar table just to finish editing, and then we're going to see that we've added a row and there exists a row on title page, text page. So if we build and run this and let it test, you will see it goes file, new page, text page, adds it, clicks on there, and then it passes. So that is a UI test. So let's go through and create some more. We'll rename that to creating text page, because what we're going to do, create page, creating image page from menu bar with mouse. And what can do, this will basically be the same thing. that should be image page, and that should be image page. So if we build and run, it should run through twice, but now both of these should work. So we're going to go File, New Page, Image Page. And that should work. Launch the app again, File, New Page, Next Page. So we've created 2 pages that do that. So we've got the menu bar. We want to do other things. So create page, creating text page with keyboard shortcut. So we'll do it, or we just create it with the keyboard shortcut. And we'll do creating image page, keyboard shortcut. And then we're going to want to do create page, creating text page from from, well, clicking on toolbar, it's text page. Click and hold, or is it right click on click hold. I'm assuming click for duration. Alright. So click on toolbar, creates text page. Create page. Clicking on tool and holding on toolbar. Selecting text page, creates text page. Same again, but for image. And then creating image page, and then clicking on the toolbar creates image page. So what we want to do is we want to record this test, and record that test, I believe. So we'll delete that and we will record a test. And we want Command Shift N. And go and click. So we will stop that. Right, so let app equals XC application. And what we want to do is we should be able to do app that. Our sidebar table. Click. And then we're going to so that, then that. Yeah. That should be text. Option shifter. That one. Image page, and we're going to add option to that. So let's see what this does. That works. And that works. Right, so let's do the toolbar ones. So we're already going to have these here. I'm curious whether it will actually. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Right. Open. Ability Inspector. I wonder if we're missing ability identifier. So. Oh. Ability Inspector here. Oh. Right, so what we want to probably do is but let's add private extensions here. Extension XC UI application. Private part document window. The query. And self.windows window. Private bar. Sidebar. Bar outline. To be file private. But then go sidebar outline. That's that outline. Oh, I see. What? Can do this. Right. So what we're probably going to do is app dot document window dot toolbars. First bar buttons. Page. Oh. Outline. Outline. Let cell count it. Bar table dot cells dot count. So we want click. And then we want to make sure that is true. So let's see if we've done that without needing to record and just typing is enough. Apparently not. Oh yeah, because this is why it's useful to have a dedicated test machine, because you forget stuff like that. Where you leave a document open and it relaunches. I mean, it shouldn't really be opening it, but UI element as what element? Like, oh, is it next to UI element? Yeah. See how that looks. Okay, doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yeah, document, toolbar button. Okay, let's do toolbar.button. Toolbars. Button. There we go. Now we can test this one as well, because what we can do is create an image, and that should say image page. Okay, so we got success. What is? Oh, I see what he's wanting. Right, so what we want to test, do this, and then this is going to be click, duration, and drag it through other element. Not sure we're going to be able to do this. Because the element is not going to exist until it clicks for the duration. this off over it. Aha! So... Raising says new coordinate with normalized offset. Coordinate's screen point is computed by adding normalized offset multipliers. Dot click duration 1 drag 2. Okay, so what I want to let page coordinate that menu dot offset vector let's just open that. Just want to go down by what would that there to there, about 40 points. So that's going to be 0 and then minus 40 because it's screen coordinates, I would assume. And then new page coordinate dot click for duration 1, then drag to coordinate, menu coordinate. Let's see. This works. We're learning together here. Okay. Let's do this. Gonna hit there. Page code. Dot. Okay, so the menu coordinate. Aha. Okay, so for starters, that needs to be there. But this offset probably needs to be CG vector 0.5, 0.5. So that's what the normalized offset, computed by the normalized offset multiplied by the size. So 0.5, 0.5 will be halfway on thing. This makes sense now. Success. So the real success will be if we change that to 60, change that to image page. Hey, success! So we have a full set of page creation from the menu bar, keyboard shortcuts, and here. So if we run through the whole thing, we will see it proving that we can correctly create all these things. So we have got that done. So this has been quite a productive day. We're probably going to continue with this on actually no, I'll probably, well, it's up to you. Let me know in chat. For the rest of this week, would you prefer continue with this and seeing how we do more UI testing? Or would you prefer to switch over to working on Streamline and try and push Streamline forward for a bit? Because this is kind of interesting the first few times, but it can start then getting a bit tedious when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. So I may finish this off stream. But if you're interested in watching it, let me know in chat, and I can certainly do it on stream. Otherwise, we can, like I say, switch over to Streamline and work through that. Start getting that a lot more along, because I really want to spend a few weeks on that, take some time off from Coppice and focus on that, get that to a point where I can start using it myself, because at that point I can maybe start using the Wednesday streams for other stuff, learning Blender, learning Motion, just going through projects and all sorts of interesting stuff. So I think, as we have been going for nearly 5.5 hours, I am going to call the stream there. So as I say, it's been very productive. We've managed to finish off the build of Coppice, finishing up the sample document changes and building the new manual in. We have been able to eventually build the release of Coppice and get that open ready for next week. So during this week I will be spending some time getting in touch with press and so on about that. And we've done some UI testing, which has been quite a lot of fun, and it's done the first proper UI testing of the main window. So getting all these in there is going to be great because it gives, on top of the unit test, which already tests some of this stuff, this is going to be testing it from the UI level, so we get double the coverage and we make sure that it fully works from an actual overall level rather than just a theoretical level. So I want to thank you for joining me on this rather pleasant and productive bank holiday Monday here in the UK, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Monday, hopeful rest of your week. I will see you again at 6 PM UK time on Wednesday, and as always, happy coding.